They did their job. They gave us the tools. It's our duty now as participants in this human civilization to take the lead and use these tools more efficiently and implement such modern methods of construction and implement technologies and automation in our industry. And I would like to meet the future engineer. Genesis, Terminator, they will be the engineers very soon. I don't know how far, but this could be a dream somewhere. Somebody will criticize me for this. Wait a minute. Is there something wrong here? Are we eliminating humans here? This is a big question. Are we losing the jobs? I'm sorry for that, but we could lose our jobs if we don't act now. We should work and find a new position for the new generations to be within that environment. We get ready. We are going there, and we have to be prepared. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. Thank you. It's quite worrying in the same time that we're going to be replaced by robotics, but it's quite a reality. As I mentioned, robotics is something that's been driving a lot of industries, and it's coming in quite wide. And we're working with the likes of B3G to advance the use of robotics in construction. It might not be all robots taken over on sites, but there is certainly a few applications of robotics use for construction. We are having a few technical issues, so before I introduce the next presenter, IT will come in and try and see what the problem is with the mics. So apologies about that, and please bear with us. It's quite typical that we're talking about robotics and we can't even get mics to work, huh? Yeah. Because we have more than this one, by the way. Please do help yourself for a quick coffee. Do you have time for that? I think, yeah. If you want. Very quick one. We don't want to lose you for the next presentation. Can you not hear me? Okay. It was only you could hear me before. You can hear me on the mic. And his also. Also.
Test, test. Yes, speak. Can you try?
So if I try it, let's try it here first. See if it works. Test it. Test. No. So I have to hold it like that? Okay, straight. Might be a bit. So I think that like that is better. Because you're next anyway, so you have to.
Test. No, I have to hold it like this. Test. Yes.
Can they all hear now?
Thank you all for your patience in terms of the IT. Promise you, it was all checked plenty of times, and we've had a lot of IT support this morning already. So thank you for your support again. Right, next presentation, another interesting topic within the productivity and performance. This is about blockchain, presented by Dr. Marwan. Dr. Marwan actually is a past PhD student from Harry Watt University, and actually one of our first researchers within the Center of Excellence in Smart Construction, one of the godfathers and founders of the center. He will be presenting about productivity performance in construction, especially from a blockchain perspective, and more about the prototype that he's done as part of his research with the university and the Center of Excellence in the Expo Sustainability Pavilion.
Thank you, Dr. Anas. Thank you all for attending today. So without further delays, I will jump directly to the presentation. It was one of the first researches we did with the Center of Excellence. It was a proof concept study, pioneer research about deployment of blockchain technology in the construction site in Expo 2020 project Sustainability Pavilion. So as everybody knows, construction is a global player in the global economy, is one of the major players, yet is suffering from lots of criticism for lack of performance, and it's expected spend to reach 17.5 trillion by year 2030, according to one of the studies by United Nations. While that boom expected or demand expected increase for the global to suit the need for human shelter around the world and for other uses, yet there is a lack of performance for the construction industry when it's being compared mainly with the other industries, such as the manufacturing sector, particularly as Mr. Bassam as well explained in his previous presentation. So more than 70% of the construction projects either delayed or overrun the budget. This is not a secret. This is a fact we are living every day, unfortunately, as well. That's with and many other factors. I just quickly, again, this is the productivity rate for the construction sector versus manufacturing and versus the overall economy. And this is according to US Labor's Bureau in study research since 1995 till 2014. And actually, the early numbers are starting since 1960s. And we can see how the struggle of productivity, and that's further need for the automation requirement for the manufacture industry, for the, construction industry to catch up. According to United Nations, unfortunately, it's the second worst working environment in the world. It's coming after mining. And that's why sustainability and well-being, again, one of the key factors and interest required to be addressed for enhancement and improvement of the construction sector around the world. The lean principles of the construction, it's about working smarter, not harder. And this was the core idea, how we thinking. We are doing things in traditional way. So how we can use automation or a new way of thinking, and new techniques, using an existing technologies, but using it in deployment in a different manner and different way. And that's how we came with a new idea for deploying the blockchain for long lead material, supply chain monitor and control. This is an example of the approach of working smarter rather than harder. This cyclist, he's resting his muscles, but posing in this direction, he's reducing the air resistance, and at the same time, he's gaining more speed. So actually, he's becoming ahead of other athletes on that route. And it's funny that we will see this motorcyclist, he likes the idea and he's trying to copy it actually himself, because he got interested and he's doing the same now. He liked the idea. So yes, we need to think smarter rather than working harder. We all been involved in construction sector. We know that it's not necessary increasing resources is the solution. Sometimes a small shortcut in doing certain things, simple steps, but the accumulation of that one might have a big impact on the overall project performance. Now, one of the biggest problems in the construction sector is managing data. From my perspective, we working in the project management consultancy, our core asset for operation of our business is accessing the right data by the right person at the right time. And that was the challenge. In the typical procurement procedure, we need to check with the main contractor, sending an email, who will send an email to the factory, who will send an email to the shipping company, and etc. It was a series of emails and communication. While there is involvement of human errors, there's a faulty information and delay actually to gather this information. So one of the biggest problems is managing the data. Actually, according to some studies by IBM, that only 5% of the right data accessed by the right people at the right time in order to make decisions. 5%, while majority of data, it's considered as dark data. So this is one of the key factors. And in the construction ecosystem, there's technology growing about 3D printing, about BIM, about IoT devices and sensors and so on. These becoming as silos of communication of data around the construction site. However, there is still a demand for a holistic database where we can access a proper data by the right people, accessing just the right information on just exact time. So according to IBM studies showing by year 2025, they're expecting that around 80% of the data in the world by year 2025 will be unstructured data. So we have the information, we have the data. Unfortunately, it's unstructured. That's therefore it's not being used efficiently and not deployed in efficient manner. However, we have some progression and disruption in the construction sector for automation. And as mentioned by Sam, BIM is one of the biggest moves toward the addiction. However, is BIM alone is good enough to resolve the data dilemma? I believe it's moving us toward the semi-structured data. We are not there yet, but this is where we aim. This is where we used to be. I think we are at the beginning of this era where we have semi-structured data available through some automation principles, through BIM. That's big shift, definitely. But we have a lot to work around to reach the ultimate structured data, which will help efficiently making decisions and enhance the delivery of construction projects. Therefore, any disruption and innovation, according to UK Construction Leadership Council, it starts by inputs from the government, construction and industry towards innovation hub, which is CESC in our case. And it's the first innovation hub in the region, in the Middle East, where they start to work on innovation researches through physical and digital outputs. And outcomes will be helping the economy, the social, and the environment through the feedback loop and performance data. So this is the principles of where CESC trying to support the industry as well the research innovation in the region. So enough talking about theoretics. Let's jump to the real case proof of concept study, which we did. We have in our project sustainability pavilion. I will show a picture later, but we had photovoltaic panels, thousands of them. I'll explain more, but we deployed IoT devices, and IoT is the sensors which connected to the internet, sending specific data as per specific feature and feature, and blockchain technology. So blockchain, in a sense, it's a mechanism for transacting data. Now, that mechanism of data transaction, it's unique in a way that gives immunity, and the data stored transacted not allow changes or manipulation. It's creates trust of data, single source of truth, and no intermediaries. So this is the principle of blockchain. People think blockchain, it's a product. Actually, it's an infrastructure. It's like the internet and Facebook, or internet and WhatsApp. Internet is the infrastructure, while the deployment and uses of this infrastructure, some applications such as video or online meetings, Microsoft Teams, Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. So how blockchain in a sense works, we don't need to be an IT expert to have, but we need to understand just the basic and principles of how the blockchain technology works. It starts with a node asking for authentication of information, and that's through a series of nodes connected to the distributed ledger. that's authenticating the information. So a new block with a new information generated and added to the series of previous informations. So this new block, it could not be manipulated. Once it's added, that's it. It could not be changed. Even by the system IT administrator, he cannot change it. This is the nature of the blockchain, and that's why it became the new trend actually in the all around the world in all different industries. Unfortunately, misconcept for the blockchain and cryptocurrency. Bitcoin, lots of people think it's Bitcoin is blockchain. Actually, this is a big misunderstanding. Bitcoin, it's one of the uses for the blockchain. Blockchain is the infrastructure of the data transaction, and Bitcoin, it's one of the applications only. Personally, I don't support the cryptocurrencies. I have my personal reservations, but the technology of the blockchain itself, I find there's a lot of potential. It's quite strong and useful, and that's how we started to use case it in our project. So in our project, we have an entire roof of sustainability pavilion of Terra in Expo 2020. The whole roof of the building is made of photovoltaic panels. These photovoltaic panels being manufactured in Europe and then being shipped from Europe to Dubai. In Dubai, it's entering a second phase of manufacturing where we add additional layers and encasement to each panel. Now, after that, after exit from the second phase of manufacturing in Dubai, the factory in Dubai is being shipped to the site for installation, the storekeeper receiving it, checking, material inspection request is raised for consultant to approve it, and then it's been installed on site and approved or rejected. What we did is we generated a unique QR code for each panel. For each piece, we generated a unique QR code. And through the whole process of the supply chain, we installed, the proof concept study was about installing an IoT device at each hub. So once the first panel is design complete, we scan the QR code, sending a signal to one local model. I will come to that later. So, and once the unit is shipped from Europe, it's scanned again through a GitHub for the IoT device and giving a signal to one local model. Once reached to Dubai to the second factory and out scanned again. And this scan could be either manual holding an IoT device or automated. Actually, we can, over the production belt, we can set up an IoT device. It's like the scanner barcode reader in the Carrefour or any warehouses. And again, delivered to site, the timekeeper inspection, storekeeper inspection and material inspection request by consultant, whether it's approved or rejected. Now, why we give different color for this one? Because this was the color code we made for each hub, for each station, for each stop of the each PV panel. So that signal is sent to a local Revit model. Now, through collaboration with Autodesk, they offered actually complementary licenses for our studies. And thanks to Autodesk having their Forge platform, they allowed developers to create customized tools and scripts to make customized features. So what we did, we generated a special script for that Revit through Autodesk Forge, and we've been automating the color coding for each panel in the model. Now, I'll show you the real model. This is not the real model yet. So when the panel is QR scanned at this point, it's giving a signal that this panel giving it blue color. And that was automated through script. And again, through Forge and Autodesk, we made another script to make auto-publish of this information to the BIM 360 on the cloud every 24 hours. Now, where the blockchain comes, we made all this data transaction through blockchain. So no human interface. And we ended up with a result that the data is being scanned, automatically sent through blockchain. So no manipulation of the information, no human error could be happen to the information. And the model is being automated in color coding and reporting, and then automated published to the cloud. And this is what we end up the result. This is the real model. And this is each panel giving a color code. That color code signal received without a human interface. It's automated, it's generated. However, for our day-to-day uses, for reports, for payments, for certificates, we cannot rely on a 3D render or visualization itself. We need to populate spreadsheets, let's put it this way. And through Revit also, we managed to have the built-in spreadsheets with the color code. So in any minute, the persons who are having access to this system, they can just with one print and they know exactly panel number X is at this stage, it's being shipped, it's approved, and it's installed, and was showing it that in a visual way and in conventional way. And this is the video showing the final result, how we've been able to access the cloud. And I was able to access it through my phone, actually. And I'll show it now in a second. At any moment, I can just open the model on the cloud. I can see the information, 3D colors. I can click on any item. And also, I can see even the 2D information, the spreadsheets for the stats. And all this information transacted through blockchain. So no human interface. We reduce the errors chance. And this was the final result through Revit. So why we did through this exercise? We don't innovate for the sake of innovation only. It has to add value. If it is not adding value, then we are wasting efforts and time. So the added value we had, the relevant stakeholders access that instantly. I don't have to call the main contractor. I don't have to call the supplier. I don't have to check anything from the consultant. I just open my phone and instantly I know exactly each piece of this panels where it is at the moment. The data true and could not be manipulated. There is no human interface. There's way it's no human errors involved, or even in some worst case scenarios, fake information. So we can rely on this information. It's efficient reporting methodology. It's paving the way for a future application of smart contracts. Actually, our next step, we are willing even to explore in one of the new projects. We can automatically generate the payment. Unfortunately, it would take a while to link that to the bank account and automatically releasing the money, because I think human mindset not ready yet that money being taken out of my pocket without my actually human control. So that's will take a while, but smart contracts could be automated to extent of generating the payment itself. And I rely and the data generating the payment is reliable and trustable. So reliable source information for future records. And that's the added value for the blockchain and the construction industry. And the way how Center of Excellence was the hub, actually, we, as a Turner project management, we had the problem of accessing the right data at the right time through the right source, trustable data. We had an interest from the main contractor who had intention to invest, and they are partners with the CESC. And we had interest from Autodesk company who wanted to prove concept of new uses for their solutions and technologies. And also, we had an interest from a technology company, Oracle. They want to test their blockchain use case. And that's where Center of Excellence gathered all these minds, all these parties jointly working. It was the incubator, all together sitting and thinking of a real case study, realistic scenario, and then how it was implemented. And it was a win-win game to everybody. So how we prove concept study, we select the case study. Somebody has an idea and we study that is it usable, feasible, and how could be deployed. Consultation with the CESC again, and confirmation by the partners, which main contractor who want to deploy it in his, test it in his, and which technology company willing to provide engagement, and then use of the proof concept. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Marwan. That was very interesting to hear the journey again. It was an amazing journey, and thank you for sharing that. And again, the application of blockchain is growing quite fast as well, and we look forward to implementing this and integrating this idea further with further partners and also affiliates as well. Now, this sums up our two presentations for just here, please. Our two presentations for the first session. Now we move on to the panel discussion. As you can see, these were the seats are there for. Now I'd like to introduce our moderator for the session, Lindsay Thompson. You can come and take the stage along with the panelists, Chris, CEO of Edify, Mohammed, Director of Operations from Consider Solutions, Nadeem from McDonald's, and Naji Atallah from Autodesk. As I mentioned earlier, the purpose behind every session is to bring our partners and affiliates to come and discuss what we've been working on, and also what their ambitions are, what they planning to do for the year, and what we plan to do together as well. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Lindsay. Thank you. I'm afraid you're going to have to sustainably use the microphone.
Hello, welcome ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us with this first panel on production and productivity. Thank you guests, thank you for coming, thank you for being able to dedicate some time, and let's make use of this 30-minute session. Dr. Anas has introduced you to you all, thank you very much. Chris, Mohammed, Nadim and Naji, I would like to welcome you and ask, could you spare 2 or 3 minutes, please? A very brief introduction. What does your company do? What are you focused with regards to production and productivity? And any other information that would be great to give us a bit of context for beginning this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Yeah, Chris Bryson, founder and COO of Edify. And Edify is an immersive content platform. I'll maybe use the M word, the metaverse word, but we're effectively a no-code content platform for education and training. And we're working in 3 areas, or 2 just now and one coming up. So one is in higher and further education. I would say about 40% of that is within AEC, including with Lindsay and some of your amazing students here, and being able to visualize some of the data that's been talked about, some of the the BIM data, the GIS data, looking at then using that for teaching and training, both kind of mostly around hard skills for design for construction. The second area is then actually real world digital twins. So particularly up to now at the design phase, design twins, and most of that work is actually in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I can't talk about much of it because it's super secret. But in terms of productivity, being able to really speed up that design phase and make that stakeholder engagement and much more slick by being able to visualize different design options, look at the effect of energy and sustainability and all of these sort of things, and being able to do that in a digital world, which is of course a lot better than building it and getting it wrong. And then the third area, which we're about to launch into, is all around ESG, environment, sustainability, kind of social and governance, and being able to look forward to, be able to look 20 years in the future and what do the effects of our decisions that we make now have on ESG. And then the other really big bit of productivity is we were fortunate enough a couple of weeks ago to have closed our Series A investment. So we've now got the fuel to go and kind of do all of these exciting things. We've re-headquartered. You can tell I'm from Scotland, but we've re-headquartered from Scotland to Abu Dhabi, and we've doubled the size of our team worldwide, with a significant proportion based here in Dubai. So yeah, that's Edify. Quick.
Good morning, everyone. Mohammed Jabal Khanji, Director of Operations, Considered Solutions. So, Considered Solutions were set up in 2015 mainly as a digital engineering services and solutions provider to support the construction industry to transition into Industry 4.0, as we call it. So from the name, we thought a lot about the name, and we came up with the name Concerted because we realized that the transition, and you can't have one solution to transition into Industry 4.0 and digitize. You need to have multiple solutions, and they need to work in concert with each other. So that's really what we provide to our clients, is kind of turnkey services and solutions that work in concert to support their digitization, productivity, and efficiency, and the transition into Industry 4.0.
Good morning, everyone. This is Nadim from McDonald. Actually, Mott MacDonald is an engineering management consultancy. They were established in 1989. We are in 150 countries with around 16,000 employees. We are helping clients to build in 4 main sectors: transportation, water, energy, and built environment. Yeah, that's it.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm representing Autodesk today. We're in essence a software provider for the construction, the manufacturing, and the media and entertainment sectors. And arguably, a lot of what we do is all related to productivity. So we say that, or for a long time, we used to be an automation company. So we take people's workflows, we try to automate them, make them better, make them more efficient, more productive, to enable people to build better, faster, and hopefully with less negative impact on the environment.
There you go.
Thanks for the control handover there of the single. Thank you very much for those little introductions, and I hope for not just people that are in the audience, but also people online that are listening. It gives us some context background, so thanks. And plus, it's a really nice thing to hear about your snapshot within 2 and 3 minutes. I'm sure you can speak quite at length about what you do on a daily basis, but thank you, that was very insightful. Let's move on now. I'm keen to hear with regards to the pivotal moments within your corporate strategy. Has it been a recent aspect that with regards to the global change, what has been a key pivotal moment with your focus of late in perhaps a more sharpened approach within productivity?
So I think for Edify, our pivotal moment was the start of the pandemic. We were, until then, really delivering projects, a lot of which were kind of on the ground, face to face, and of course that immediately came to a halt. And we were in the middle of doing 2 focused R&D programs, both supported by UK government. One was looking at virtual reality for learning and teaching, and looking at the kind of teaching gains and that improvement in productivity around how you can learn and train in VR. And the second was really built environment specific, looking at augmented reality, being able to overlay your data hands-free and heads up. And that was specifically in regard to offsite construction. And what we were able to do is to take the first of those and effectively turn that into Edify. We rebranded into Edify. We raised some more money, and we have started to our first sector was the higher and further education sector, where we've been able to support remote learning, remote teaching on the platform. And it's been really great to see. And now we're starting to see students coming back and on campus and being able to, no one's going back to in person only. We're talking about, this kind of blended approach. And we're really seeing that in terms of a real gain, being able to use the assets, the teaching assets, the physical assets, much more, being able to use, we've been talking about, you have a virtual robotarium. How many more students can you push through that than the as we're on top of the physical space and the beautiful new campus, say here in Dubai, a virtual twin of that, and being able to do all of the kind of go anywhere, do impossible things. And to us, that's all about productivity gains.
Thanks, Chris. Just as well, that might be, we've got a very broad, the topic is so broad, and we've got a very diverse mix. And I'm keen as well to talk about, before going on to yourself, Mohammed, is thinking as well about the pivotal aspects. That's great. We can put a time scale on it. There might have been something that you had seen prior to the global disruption that had come through with the business, and maybe it's only heightened or accelerated or enhanced further. And again, with a scope for projects, either projects in the region, I understand that not your projects you'll be able to talk about with NDA exposure, but where possible, if I could ask that you drop in a few names or some projects or where there has been a clear output in your help and your necessity to aid and enhance the production for those specific companies, consultants, projects, etc. Thank you.
Well, I mean, surely the pandemic accelerated that need for digitization and transformation, actually made it more complex because all of a sudden people were working from home but wanted to maintain the same productivity on site, or whether it's right. Can you hear me better? Yes. Yeah. So we actually saw a need, not a pivotal moment, but we saw the projection for digitization when Saudi Arabia announced its mega projects, because that was, a lot of for a country that didn't have the local engineering know-how, required a lot of collaboration, global collaboration. So we were setting up for that. And I think one interesting example that we had is during the pandemic, where we had a lot of people had to work from home. So we, as a solution provider and a smaller company that always wanted to stay small and wanted to operate more like a digital CM at risk. So we go to clients and they got many problems, and we say, okay, we can find a solution. This is our core team, and working with the following consultants and technology providers to provide a solution for you. And we're very transparent about that. And that's how we wanted to operate. We never wanted to become a big consulting company and have multiple people on the payroll. This allows us to be more nimble, allows us to adapt quicker to technology changes and our diverse client requirements. I think one of the things that we did, which was successful, was when all these consultants and clients had people working from home, and in the pandemic, people wanted to go back to their home countries, etc., is that we for their engineering production team, and that allowed easier sharing of data security to be managed, and that was something that the pandemic, it was always in the back of our heads, but the cost to justify it wasn't there. The justification wasn't there for the costs. When the pandemic hit, it became a must, and it's something that we were able to very quickly deliver without, obviously, it had a lot of challenges. Yeah, that was something that I thought was quite interesting. So basically, yeah, multiple teams that were usually co-located or working in a certain geographic area now had to work from home, needed access to powerful machines, so we virtualized them in a data center. But we couldn't call on Amazon Web Services to use their machines, because they're not optimized for heavy engineering use. They're good for university project doing BIM is okay. So you have to actually build custom racks. That was quite interesting, and that allowed our clients to continue working and producing, given the situation with the pandemic. Yeah.
Any guests, by all means?
Yeah, actually, the main drive. Sorry, is it? Can you hear me now? Yeah. Actually, the main driver for McDonald, it's time, cost, and the quality. It's even before the pandemic, let's say. It's well known that the construction project is the lowest profit among the other projects. So that's the need for the digitization. For example, in one of our projects in Libya, in the operation, the client were facing a lot of problem in the electricity shutdown for the assets. There where we introduce an in-house software for inspection that you can inspect, analyze, and get the expectation even for the performance of your asset, which save a lot of money and time for the client. So, yeah.
So from what I can see, each global event is usually followed by an uptake of a new technology. If we look at early 2000s, BIM was introduced into the industry. Adoption was accelerating. I don't think it was accelerating fast enough. And then the downturn came, And with the downturn, governments started looking at BIM mandates. So we saw that as a catalyst for people to adopt BIM and be more productive in what they're doing. And with the similar theme of the pandemic, it was also a catalyst for people to move to the cloud. So before the pandemic, people were sort of stagnating with BIM. The cloud forced many companies to go to the pandemic forced many companies to do the cloud just to ensure their business continuity. And here I can think of two big examples. One is the Red Sea Development Project in Saudi. That's a project that was born on the cloud, born to be delivered throughout the cloud. So when the pandemic happened, their work didn't actually stop. They were able to collaborate with their ecosystem. Their ecosystem was able to do their engineering remotely from across the world, simply because they were digital first and cloud enabled. Another example from here is RSP, and they're also vocal about this. And one of their directors told me that when the country here stopped, they asked people to take their desktop machines home on a Thursday afternoon. And then on Saturday morning, that was the old weekend, on a Saturday morning, everyone was online working and able to do their modeling work on them, just because they had thought of starting their project digital first, adopting a new technology, and it helped them throughout their business continuity. So I would say also an example would be cloud adoption post-COVID.
Thank you, Naji, for this. I'm going to also move on and I'm going to pose a question which came from Naji and Mohammed's response there. And after that, I will then pose another question that we can answer as part of the panel. And that first question is, in terms of between Autodesk and concerted solutions, which you could say one is a little bit smaller, more agile, how have you seen any current surprises that have come from that with regards to this size restraint or potential for global networking? I'm just keen to hear, with that theme of production and productivity in mind, is there any observations that you'd like to also share from being on different sides, so to speak? My next question for the rest of the panel to maybe start thinking about is, what are your current surprising elements of what you are seeing just now? What are your surprising observations right now within in moving into this post disruption? We say that with masks still on, but we know globally that restrictions are lessening. So while Naji and Mohammed may like to respond to that, I'd ask, what are the rest? What are Nadeem and Chris's current surprising observations within your business approach at the moment? Thank you.
To answer the first question, I'd like to remind you of what Yasser closed with in his presentation. Technology is there, hardware is there, it's up to us. So we're a consultancy, we're somewhat technology agnostic. We do have our preferred technology partners, and those would be companies that we deal with extensively, and we help them with product development. So we're naturally more comfortable working with them, proposing them to our clients. When clients come to us for a transformation, there's a lot of human input that needs to be put in. There's a lot of processes that you need to work on. A few years ago, when we started BIM, maybe in the UAE 10 years ago, on some of the early BIM projects, there was always this, got to get the right people, got to get, the right people first, the processes and the technology and everything has to be worked out. And now the people aren't so much of an issue, the right people. Everyone wants to transform. Everybody wants to be digital. Right now, you cannot procure any software in your company if it doesn't have a proper interface or an application, because it's a given now that everyone wants to interact with technology, wants things to be digital. But it's very important that there's, don't underestimate the amount of man hours and human experience that needs to be put in to work out the workflows that are required to really make use of that technology. So if you're procuring any to answer your question, if what I'm noticing here is in the region there's a requirement to acquire technology, not so much to improve their workflows and have the technology supercharge that or make them efficient or make them very kind of like watertight and robust. And so we find that when we propose solutions, clients here are surprised to see that there's a lot of man hours involved, and there's a bit of technology cost there. They don't seem to understand that. But if for the same value of the project, I say the technology is going to cost you 90%, and I'm just going to drop in every now and then. These are my hourly charges. Oh yes, that's great, right? So they whereas in my talking to friends or competition in Europe, it's very different. They seem to technology is a small cost. So on a say €500,000 engagement, technology is $100,000. $400,000 is just people engagement, process mapping, and workflows, consultancy, etc. Change management. You don't see that over here. Here it's that same value of contract, delivering the same thing. I would have to flip it around and say to the client, it's actually 90% technology cost and just 10% human intervention. But then what that does is then the client starts, when it goes to procurement, oh, technology is that much. I think I can get that down. And they start researching online and finding other solutions that might be cheaper, right? And so it's a very difficult sell here. Clients don't seem to understand that there's a huge amount of time that needs to be done to change the mindset or to work out the workflows, do a lot of legwork. Requires human time and intervention, and technology is just an enabler of that. So that's something that I've noticed the pandemic, because everyone wanted digital transformation. We fielded so many proposals. I've just noticed that clients don't seem to appreciate the amount of human consulting work that needs to be done, and they seem to just want the technology. Whereas Yasser said, technology's been there, it's here. It's really up to us now to implement that change.
I'll take a slightly different angle. So from Dr. Marwan's presentation, we heard about the amount of data that's being generated, and then the small portion of that data that's actually being consumed, right? So Dr. Marwan mentioned 5%. But what he was able to do is to extract insight from data. And I think this is the era that we are coming to. We're generating a lot of data. What does it mean? How do we make it usable and consumable? And Mr. Yasser, you mentioned Leonardo da Vinci. So the way I see it, the effect of moving into an insight-based project execution is that we go back to requiring people with higher skills than we did in the past. So post-industrial revolution, the Leonardo da Vinci's, the workers had to be skilled in something. They needed to be carpenters, or they needed years to train on a certain trade. Post-industrial revolution, that actually dropped because we needed more physically able people to do jobs and to augment the production lines. Now with insight, we actually go back to looking at skills as a differentiator. And I'll give the example of the Museum of the Future. We always say the structure was designed by a generative design algorithm. But in reality, what the algorithm did is the iteration. What the human did was the insight, the decision making. So automation or insights will change a lot of the jobs, but it will actually put skills under more scrutiny. And it would the differentiator will be the level of skill and experience and insight between two people doing the same job. So technology here is what will help us do the legwork, the repetitive aspects. The decision making needs to remain with us as humans.
Thank you, and that's a fantastic discussion point that we could use an entire day on, I'm sure, and not just the remaining 6 minutes. Again, Nadeem and Chris, this, as I said, any surprising observations from your current business before we move on?
Yeah, just a quick one. I'd love to pick up exactly on that, on talent and skills. We've doubled in size pretty much in a last quarter last year, and because we gave up our physical offices, we were able to hire from anywhere. And the type of talent we brought in doesn't want to go back to the office. you know, those highly skilled tech developers, UI, UX people, they are really happy with the way that they kind of work from home. And that means that then as the kind of design and you know, people involved in the built environment, we have to then reimagine, you know, what our spaces are and how we use those spaces then to bring people together for things like symposia, for workshops, technology enabled immersive spaces, and that's how we see our future, and you know, the social interaction and things like that. So we brought our teams together into 2 locations worldwide for, you know, an extended social interaction, etc. So I think that's to me is, I don't think, but we'll be interested in a debate on that. But I think that's the surprising thing. We don't see ourselves as a young tech company moving back into a full-time physical office, and we think there's some huge benefits in that. And to add to that, you know, Accenture, it wasn't from us, but bought 60,000 VR headsets to onboard a whole bunch of their staff. So you know, the use of the kind of technology that we're developing is part of the solution in terms of this remotely enabled, highly skilled, highly talented workforce.
Okay, thank you, Chris. On that last point, we're all here under CESC. We're all here, Mr. Baj and Mr. Marwan Abed. We talked about what is the future. What is the future? From our side here, we're looking at future collaborations within under CESC. And on my last question to you all, where do we see the future in terms of collaboration and working together? And I'd like to just offer that to the panel on who would like to pick up on that from what they are from their business. What future collaborations or what future points would you see like to be picked up with either anyone from the audience, ourselves at the university? I'm from the student engagement panel. We are trying our very best to engage to get these next generations ready for the industry that is moving rapidly and advancing so much. So a little bit of a joint question there. Helping the next generation, but also helping our own business in terms of from where we all are to work together and collaborate. And any ideas on collaboration or research projects? Thank you.
I'm going to pass it along to the end and come back.
Yeah. So for me, the collaboration that should be done, actually, it's more on the concept. Because we are like after 15 years of implementing digital, and we are still talking about the importance of doing that. So still for some people, the technology, it's more software rather than a concept. So, and we are still seeing the standards is developed. For example, level of information need, it's developed like 2 years ago, although we all know that what information should be needed. Yeah, so that's kind of collaboration that all we should do, working on more standards and concept in the market here.
I think there's a couple of levels that we can talk about. One is in the industry, collaboration is relatively not the norm. We've seen this change. We've seen, you know, owners and governments try to encourage project-based collaboration, right? And I think the next iteration would be new methods of supply chain, new ways of contracting for a project that would encourage common outcomes for everyone who's involved. At an industry level, I think data is being democratized. Technology is no longer a hindrance to change. So I think the collaboration would be people sharing insight. Arguably, as a designer of a project or as a service provider in the future, what we'll be doing is providing insight to someone else, either to the owner who's going to operate an asset after the handover, or for a contractor who's going to actually build it. But I think the models in the industry will change. They will be more collaborative, and they'll be based on an economy where data is very democratized, very open, and the differentiator is insight.
I guess two closing remarks. Marwan mentioned semi-structured data, and I think that's very important to understand as an organization. The difference between unstructured, semi-structured, and structured data, and have everyone understand the importance of data. And I'd hate to say it, but correct data entry, that's somehow where it all starts. Correct data entry. And in terms of the new generation, they're super good with technology. A few years ago, we hired 2 engineers for a very similar task. One was very experienced, knows what to do, so we let them go do it. And the other one was fresh, knew the technology much better. I realized I had to spend the whole week showing them what needs to be done, and discussing things like, if this happened this way, is that a good outcome or not a good outcome, etc. And initially, I thought that was a waste of time because this person was completely green. But guess who exceeded at that task? Guess who came up with better suggestions? Guess who innovated? It was that person, because they knew technology, but they also had that discussion and understanding of why we're doing things in a certain way. Whereas that more experienced engineer was just doing it, and they were basically going on autopilot. So that's very important for the next generation. And as a university, as CESC, I hope that we can, find the right partners to take these young, ambitious, graduates, and help them understand why we're doing things, help them understand why our technology is supporting us, how it's supporting us, and what our industry needs. And that's when we can start, graduating and the next generation of, Industry 4.0 adept graduates.
Very quick one. I think for me, it is about talent, and I think it's about generating the ecosystem here. You mentioned one of the partners, Class of Your Own. We're really happy to partner with Alison there, all the way from high school students using industry standard tools and being able to work on projects virtually in a system like Edify, and that is the future of our industry. So.
Thank you very much. On that note, we've touched within 30 minutes. Now you've heard my alarm. We are over and we'll need to stop. But thank you very much. We touched on a varied approach, and we finished there within education and importance, with touching to everyone in the room with what they're doing and embedding and bridging that gap between the future of our industry, the current health of our industry, and how we have to deliver that to the next generation. Thank you very much. All the very best. Thank you very much, Naji and Nadeem and Mohammed and Chris. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. I close the session. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That's very insightful from our partners and affiliates to talk about what they have been doing, what the plans are, and perhaps what we can work with them for the future. We are slightly delayed because of the IT issues we had earlier. So we will go on a break before our next session of sustainability. So we will start at 12 o'clock on the dot. Okay. So for everyone that's here, we can go back to the break area. We can continue some discussions. For those that are online, you can go and grab your coffee, and we'll see you at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Yes, please, for now, yes. Yeah. Right. We're back in session 2, which is sustainability. So the second session of today is about sustainability. Again, it will comprise of presentations and end it with a panel discussion. Again, all the presenters and the panelists are all part of our ecosystem from our partners and affiliates. Now, I would like to welcome Adam Smith, the one on the £20 note, Managing Director from Polypipe, to give us an insightful presentation about green roofs and all the lovely stuff that Polypipe is working on. Thank you.
You have to press anything.
Yes. No, just
No,
keep
no.
that close. And click on, yeah.
Excellent. Well, good morning, everybody. Not sure I need this. I have a very loud voice anyway, but I'm very grateful for Dr. Anas and the team for an invitation to participate in this event. It's an amazing crowd where obviously as a hub, you're trying to forward these subjects to the wider industries and construction. I was also very grateful this morning to be able to fit in my suit after 2 years of sitting at home eating crisps on video calls. So 2 things I'm very grateful for this morning. So I'll take you through the next 15 minutes. Our title presentation is There's No Green Without Blue. And what we're going to look at as a short agenda, just a little bit about Polypipe. Obviously, this is a very superficial presentation, so we're trying to make it a little bit thought-provoking rather than the content. 15 minutes on a subject that you could spend 15 years researching. So if you need any more information about what we talk about, just like to point out Reem. Reem's our blue-green specialist. She's around for the rest of the day, so please catch hold of either myself or Reem. Just a little bit about the research project that we're undertaking with Heriot-Watt University and CESC, and then my pet hate, perhaps a little slide at the end on what needs to change to make this happen on a wider scale. So a little bit about Polypipe. So we're a British PLC. We manufacture an innovator on water and climate management solutions for the built environment. We're extremely proud of our 60-year history in the region, not always under Polypipe, but as a brand, we've been here. I'm not sure I'll be here for the next 60, but I'm certainly here for the near future. It's our mission to co-create sustainable solutions that help people, that help preserve our planet and our people. That's enough about us. So, the case for green. So, 165,000 years ago, nearly, even parts of the Middle East were lush green rainforests and canopies. Subsequently, about 11,000 years ago, we have hot sort of desert, arid conditions, and what we've managed to turn that into some fantastic cities like Dubai and our aspiration to urbanize. The question we ask about blue-green is, what does the future look like? Not just the next 50, but 100, or even longer than that. So, as I said, desert into rainforest, into these big H-grid cities full of hard, impervious surfaces, lots and lots of heat capture in all these concrete surfaces that we have. The difference in temperature is stark. I think every one of us who's lived here for any span of time has sat out in an evening and it feels hotter than actually in the day. And what's actually happening is all those concrete surfaces are absorbing the solar radiation during the day and throwing it back at us. It's called the urban heat island effect. So what are the challenges of rapid urban development? Obviously population growth. I'm not sure about this word here, concretization, but please take it away. And that's our word. So we're concretization of our landscapes. We've got climate change, as we're seeing more extreme weather events, flood alleviation, pollution, air quality. In fact, through the rain enhancement program, we're actually changing the climate ourselves now. Capacity constraints of existing infrastructure. I moved to JBR about 11 years ago. and look at the amount of buildings that have been built, probably not as an upgrade of infrastructure. So we're trying to use, in some respects, the existing infrastructure, and then price versus cost. So these numbers were back from 2018-19, but I think are still current. So we can see a huge need to cater for an increasing population right across the Middle Eastern region. So what actually happens when we develop land? So the graphic on the left is the natural environment. So this is about our water and climate cycle and how we rapidly change that water cycle. We've all seen flash flooding in the region when we have a rain event. And what actually happens is we change the runoff rate significantly from undeveloped land, where we have about 10% runoff, 50% infiltration, and 40% evapotranspiration, to a developed city, piece of land, where we actually change that to more than half of the surface water runoff. That's why we have flash flooding. We got the rate of water dispersion, the quality of water released, so pollution control, depending on the surface where we're taking this water from, the quantity of water released, and obviously we've just discussed the heat island effect. So what can we do about it? So blue-green integrated into urban design, we can improve our air and water quality. We can facilitate pre-developed hydrology. We can create habitats within our cities or habitat protection. We can also create urban amenity and further well-being and health. We focus on blue-green roofs, which is kind of the subject we talked to CESC about. So green roofs can retain up to 82% of annual rainfall. I think most people are aware of sponge cities. I think China have been a good advocate for that. So using the surfaces now to retain rainfall. We're reducing temperatures. So, and also an energy reduction, not only as part of the green roof, but shading of trees can cool the building about 25%. So the philosophy I'm talking about is what we call source control. So capturing water as close to where it falls or as where it's needed as possible. So you'll see on the graphic, we have a number of surfaces, roofs, podium decks, surfaces at grade and below grade in terms of basements. And here we're depicting some interlocking geocellular rafts to manage water in a cascade effect. And you'll see that there's zero infrastructure below grade. Now this can be under hard standing surfaces, car parks, basement car parks, sports surfaces, green podium decks, hard podium decks. It really doesn't matter. So this is called source control, where we can provide at source treatment, attenuation, and obviously infiltration. Just a bit of a glance into the geocellular structure. So these work under softscapes or hardscapes, and it's really trying to capture that circular water management. So where we do have a rain event, or this might be water from your air conditioning unit. There are lots of sources of water here in the Middle East. This can be integrated under hard surfaces, so it's away from the visual eye, and it manages water through a capillary cone reaction that feeds the soil above it, and we can do everything from grass surfaces to palm trees. And what happens here is with some sites here, we can create zero waste. So where there is a rain event and you're in the middle of an urban environment, we can create a zero discharge site, which is quite useful for your municipalities when they give you a very low discharge unit and you've got very high runoff rates. You're creating multifunctional spaces that attenuate and flow control, so assisting climate change. If that's on a roof, you're actually cooling the building. This is an insulation gap as well. Building protection through urban resilience and integrated treatment to improve water quality at source. It has a direct impact to human health, so cooling the environment, shading the environment. There are studies in Europe about increased mortality rate of urban heat island effects, so city cooling. So providing that storage subsurface actually gives you better ROI on your water usage. So you're not reducing the evapotranspiration. If you remember what I said about 40% evapotranspires, and it allows you to measure and manage the water through your BMS system, so you can actually get a better value for money. So some of the buzzwords and some of the benefits of including blue green into our cityscapes. Clearly amenity. People want to pay more for apartments that have nice green lush grass over roof areas or park areas, sports surfaces, multifunctional spaces. It's not just about hard infrastructure, because we see wetlands and ponds and reed beds. Often it's a mixture of grey and green solutions that give you sustainable drainage. Flood mitigation, talked a lot about that, using the roof areas now as your first stage protection when we do get heavy rain events. Urban farming becoming increasingly popular. Food security is, obviously the pandemic has taught us about food security, particularly in this part of the world, where we can look at localized growing and also increasing biodiversity, bringing nature back into our cities that improve certainly human health and our cycle. I'm not going to run through all that, but so sustainable urban drainage. The point I'm making here is everything's connected to everything else. One of the challenges we face in construction is not all our services and the way we design is very collaborative. Everything we do here, everything we do on our buildings has a massive impact to everything we do here. And often those thoughts are not aligned. So what we try and do is get everyone into a room, and that's why we're proud to have our partnership with CESC to understand what we change at this end doesn't have an impact downstream here. Just for some direct, if there's any consultants in the room, we obviously have an impact assessment. There's very common LEED, BREEAM, Estadama, quite a few assessment rating systems around this region now. So when you're going for your LEED Platinum, LEED Gold, BREEAM ratings, water management and water quality have a huge impact and can actually push that rating up quite significantly. I think a lot of these systems are focused on energy, but water can be an important part of that. And finally, we support national visions. So green infrastructure supports most national visions of future benefit, health and well-being to the citizens and residents of our economies. So that was the case. This is what we're going to do about it. So there are lots of theory. This isn't new. The technology isn't new. You'll be glad to hear. But it is quite new to this part of the world. So we've got a concept at the moment to put some solutions on the roof here of this university, get some water through it. So things like TSC, Reem, just some of the challenges you've had at Expo when we have had no tests of TSC in Europe. Obviously, we don't use TSC for irrigation. So we're trying to come up with a concept of various planter beds where we can actually monitor and manage these throughout the cycle of the year, not from a product performance point of view, from an application point of view, different soil types, different soil depths. So we've gone through the concept stage. Glad to say Dr. Anas was key and his team in supporting that. And now we're going to go into the design and delivery of that. So watch this space. And finally, just a point from me. So where does it all go wrong? Why don't I look out my office window and see lots of blue-green roofs in Dubai? It's often about supply chain. So I'll come to the first graphic, which costs more. So just to put you some context behind this, my wife's from the Mediterranean, so she enjoys a coffee and a muffin every day. About $5, $6 now. And this is me in Sharaf DG. There are other retailers that do electrical equipment, and I want to make an investment in my Samsung TV home surround system. She moans at me about the price. I'm not going to tell you how much I did pay for it, but so aggregated over time, I worked out that it would take about 5 years for me to be in the red against my wife's purchases of a muffin and coffee of $5 every day. So this works on her until she attended one of the presentations once. It doesn't work that well now, but aggregated over time, the difference between price and cost is significant. The way we deliver information, the way we deliver this is really essential in getting investment in these sorts of technologies. This, unfortunately, I use Panadol more often than not on a Friday night after a few orange juices. Certainly get the Panadol out. We tend to have that view in construction more often than not. Let's just solve the problem today. Panadol's wonderful because it doesn't teach me any lessons. I use Panadol the next weekend and the next Friday and the next Friday. So there really needs to be a big change in the way we incentivize and put a framework around these technologies. It's not the technology that's going to save this. It's how we apply it and where we change things in construction. And things are not things. Humans don't perceive things as things. They perceive things as things in context. So if we change the context around the thing, we change how we perceive the technology. Thank you very much. I hope that was 15 minutes. Thank you for your time.
That was brilliant. Thank you. I'll use that next time I'm arguing with my wife about buying something. It's very insightful. Thank you very much. Again, sustainability is one of the key things that we are pushing within CESC, and proudly working with Polypipe on driving this forward and testing some of the initiatives such as the blue-green roof in alignment with government initiatives such as the Dubai 2040 vision, which we are in communication with, and hopefully we can showcase some of the benefits from that. Next slide or next presentation would be from our very own Dr. Wendu to talk about the UAE cement decarbonization program that we're working on at the moment. It is quite a large program. I'll let Wendu talk about it a bit more, but it is in collaboration with the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, as well as the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure, and working with a number of many other organizations, which I'm sure Wendy will talk about. Thank you.
Thanks, Anas. Do I have to hold the mic? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it afternoon? Or is it still morning? Well, afternoon. And welcome to the symposium. I just want to say a few words about the things that we've been doing in relation to cement decarbonization and engaging with industry and government organizations and other research organizations. So I'm the center manager for the Center of Excellence. I work closely with Anas, some other colleagues within the center and the university. So this whole initiative started off with Dr. Abdullah Al-Nuaimi, the former UAE minister, and is also the chair of our advisory board. So way back in the late 2019, he charged us with trying to develop an initiative where we can begin to look at cement decarbonization in the UAE. So I guess what I want to try and present today is the journey that we've been along since October 2019 to date, and the kind of things that, excuse me, that we've been doing, and where we possibly would like to engage with a few more stakeholders. I think Anas has already possibly shown this earlier in the day, but I think I just want to reinforce the fact that this initiative, the way it's going to work is for government, industry, and research organizations coming together to deliver on this initiative. It's not going to work without this triple helix approach. And that's all I'm going to say about triple helix. So, like I said, we started on this journey way back in October 2019, when we had the first advisory board meeting, and Dr. Nuaimi, who's our chair of the advisory board, tasked us with driving this initiative forward. And as you can see in that timeline there, there's quite a lot of things that we've actually done in relation to doing our market research, talking to industry engaging with us having workshops, us visiting industry places. So we've had a range of communications in terms of trying to understand what the challenges and potential opportunities are. And so where we are at the moment is where we've now established a group. So I just want to show that timeline and just say a few words about the kind of things we've been doing. So obviously, when we start with these things, we've got to have, if you like, a strategy. So some of these are strategies that I think we're all familiar with. So we've got global strategies related to, if you like, the SDGs, COP. We've got a COP coming up in the UAE next year. So all of those things are the kind of things that are driving what we're doing in relation to cement decarbonization. But we've also got the UAE drivers as well. So the things that are driving us globally, the things that are driving us nationally in terms of how we're going to take this forward. And we also recognize that there's other, if you like, organizations out there that relate to, if you like, green buildings, green infrastructure, or the actual material itself in relation to cement and concrete. So there is things that we would refer to. We've done our research and we realize that we do need to align with all these drivers that you see there. And part of what's also forming what we're doing is aligned to something that we've already started off in the UK, and it's the Industrial Decarbonization Research and Innovation Centre. And this also is linked into the UK government, where they actually fund the decarbonization of not just cement industry. So it's a much wider perspective in terms of the industry that they're looking at. So it covers heavy manufacturing, construction, and other industries that are heavily CO2 emitting. So again, we're learning from what our colleagues in Heriot-Watt University UK are doing. They're leading on this, working with the UK government, sponsoring this initiative. So we've like I said previously, we've had all these communications way back from October 2019 to date. So we've had a series of workshops, we've had a series of meetings, we've visited various organizations, offices, their factories. And out of all of these, we've now identified a range of challenges. And you can see that the challenges are broad in terms of what they are. So it's not just about the materials. It relates to things like the construction, the technology, the codes, the standards, and awareness of what we have to do. Possibly look at things from a whole life perspective and not just look at things in silos. So these are the challenges that we've identified, and the color coding is there for a reason, and I'll get onto that shortly. But from the work that we've been doing with industry from 2019 till now, these are the kind of challenges that we've identified, and these are the challenges that we feel that we do need to address working with industry moving forward. So where do we see the opportunities from those challenges? Okay, so we do need to begin to work together in terms of integrating how we work. So not necessarily just working in our silos, as it were, but begin to connect how we work from an environmental perspective, from an engineering perspective, you know, how we think culturally, you know, the policy, the guidelines, the standards that are out there. There needs to be research into what we're doing. And when we talk about research, there's possibly other industries that are already doing what we need to do. So there's no point in reinventing the wheel. So if there's another industry that is actually doing what we're doing, then possibly we can adopt it, or maybe we need to do some sort of innovation. And finally, we do need to actually get all the relevant stakeholders involved in this, okay? So all the way through the life cycle in terms of that process, we do need to get all the stakeholders in this. So from all that work that we've been doing, we've now got this roadmap in terms of getting to net zero. Now, I know a lot of the roadmaps tend to talk about 2050. In consultation with Dr. Anuemi and other industry stakeholders, which we want to be a bit more ambitious than that 2050. So we're targeting getting to net zero for cement decarbonization by 2040. And we've got a range of milestones, more or less every 5 years, in order to reach there. So effectively, we're going from where we are now to low zero, and then finally to net zero. So that's the kind of roadmap that we have from coming out from all this work. So what we've got at the present time is what we have is the Semantic Decarbonization Delivery Group, which is the one in the middle blue one there. And that basically engages with the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. And if you remember, I had these color-coded boxes of the challenges that we have. So we've now formed those color-coded boxes into what we refer to as priority clusters. So we've got 4 clusters there: one on materials and waste management, technology, standards, procedures, and policies, and education and awareness. And I'm also pleased to say that we've got chairs appointed for these priority clusters from industry. I mean, this is an engagement between the center, industry, research organizations, and government. That triple helix, we do really want to maintain that within the initiative that we're developing at the moment. So what's the purpose of that delivery group? Well, it's basically to oversee and deliver on the Semantic Decarbonization program. We've got the delivery group formed. We've had the first meeting of the delivery group in February, and essentially the delivery group is made up of members who can actually provide leadership on how we go about delivering on semantic decarbonization. Share knowledge is about best practice that's happening. So we're not suggesting that there's nothing out there, but we do need to collate that information and begin to work on that information, see where the gaps are, what things that we do need to do. Part of what we do as a delivery group will be to report to the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment and have that two-way communication with them. There may be reports coming out, and in terms of the governance of that delivery as well, that will be part of what the delivery group would be doing. So the organizations that are represented on that delivery group are the ones that you see there. And they are spread across, like I said, industry, government, and academia. So it's not just here at Water University, we've got other university organizations that we're working with. Yes, sorry, my apologies, Hanif. I missed out JLL, and that is on record. Right, okay. I do apologize if there's any organization that feels they should be on there that is not on there. Okay. Yeah. Well spotted, Anas. Okay, so the priority clusters. So remember, we've got 4 priority clusters, and we've had a meeting with the cluster chairs just yesterday to begin to determine how we're actually going to be working in terms of these priority clusters. Now, one of the things that I'm keen on personally is getting our younger generation involved. So I'm really talking about students and recent graduates. I did invite some of my students online. So shout out to you if you're online watching this. Because if we're talking about getting to net zero by 2040, then we really need to get the younger generation thinking alongside us in terms of how we go on that journey to get to net zero by 2040. So online students, you're part of this, okay? Your coursework is to be part of this, okay? Right, so that's there's a couple of phases. So if you remember, in terms of getting to net zero, we've got a couple of phases that we're looking at. I've got 2 more slides, Anas. And I won't dwell too much on this, but the clusters are going to be meeting. We do invite lots of stakeholders to get involved in this. I think it's at the cluster stage that we're really looking for engagement from industry, from government, from students from other universities. It's at this cluster stage. So if you feel that you really want to get involved in this, please feel free to reach out to us and we'll get you involved. So phase 1 is a 6-month engagement. That's already started now, and that's the clusters meeting. Phase 2 is a much longer program, and the whole idea at the end of phase 1 is to identify the challenges, opportunities, project initiatives, and for us to report back to the government in terms of what we would require in terms of getting to net zero 2040 next phase, which is the next 2 to 4 years. That figure there is an estimate. That's based on the kind of things that we'll be doing in the UK with the UK government. So that figure is not cast in stone, by the way. So next steps is basically operation of the clusters, engagement with the ministry, and engagement with other key stakeholders. So thank you.
That's really good. Thank you very much. That's a very good, quick presentation for 2-year in progress efforts and work. So thank you very much for that. It is a very good, important topic, decarbonisation of cement. It does contribute to 40% of the carbon emissions within the construction industry itself. So if we manage to achieve net zero by 2040 for the cement industry, that will be a very good achievement. Perhaps maybe we could move away from using cement altogether, so you never know. Next presentation provided by Narij, Managing Director. Did I say Narij or Narij? Nareg. There you go. No, I've never came across it before, but here you go. Managing Director of Alpin, which is one of our affiliates. So yeah. So nice to have you here. Thank you. That's yours. Thank you. You can either hold it.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Perfect. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having us. Thank you for Dr. Anas to organize this, along with the Center of Excellence. So my name is Nareg, and I'm the Managing Director of Alpen Limited, a consultancy based in Masdar City in Abu Dhabi, with specialty sustainability solutions offered to our clients across the GCC. First of all, Dr. Nwendu, thank you very much for your presentation. I actually touch upon the subject of cement, and I had a whole presentation or an idea about how to present the idea of cement. So thank you very much for making my job easier. So today, the idea is, let's discuss some of these sustainability solutions in the industry for 2022. Now, obviously, it says the 7 most important innovations. That's probably for dramatic effect, but these are important innovations that we're looking at. These technologies are here. They're available. It's just about uptake by the industry and making sure that these technologies are actually become mainstream in our industry. All right. So the one place to start is the UN SDGs. Dr. Nwendu mentioned that. It's the set of goals that were placed by the United Nations to ensure peace and prosperity for now, for the future. And in many cases, as part of the built environment, as being part of this industry, we can make our contributions, we can make our presence felt in several aspects. So looking at some of the items here, we're looking at resilient cities, planning, planning, building resilient cities, looking at circular economies, sustainable economies. So how can we actually play a role in these elements? So just to start off, I want to talk a bit about the construction industry, and there's a reason we're talking about sustainability in the industry. 55% of the world's population lives in cities. This is going to only grow larger, and the demand on built environment is only going to increase. That means the CO2 emissions, because of the built environment is going to increase. Today, we are at 40% of the world's CO2 emissions just because of the built environment. So clearly, we have to do something about that to hit our targets as part of the UN SDGs. So what are some of the terms that you probably heard today? Zero emissions and net zero. Net zero is quite a common term today. What does it actually mean? It means that there's a balance between what is being emitted, the emissions of CO2 and greenhouse gases, and what we are basically compensating them. Zero emissions is actually quite better because there's no need to compensate. We're using energy sources that are not producing any CO2 or greenhouse gases. All right. So what are the technologies that we're going to talk about, the innovations? We'll talk about solar cooling and photovoltaic. We'll talk about 3D printed homes, some augmented reality and virtual reality and drone inspections. How do they actually help the industry? Alternatives for cement, Dr. Nwendu, he touched upon that subject. Artificial intelligence and how it actually helps the construction industry. Predictive digital commissioning, and finally, green bonds. All right, so with solar cooling, you've probably come across solar heating. It's quite a common factor in construction today. But with cooling, we have a much bigger issue. 70% of our electricity today in the built environment is going towards air conditioning. So how can we take advantage of renewable sources of energy to actually reduce that load on the grid system? So the concept of the solar cooling is quite simple. It's not that complicated. It's using renewable sources such as solar to activate systems for refrigeration and air conditioning. The idea is to shift towards air conditioning that is relying on solar energy. And the aim by 2050 is to have 20%, 17, 20% of that with solar cooling. All right. Another touch upon is 3D printed homes. Now, we mentioned at the start, we have a high level of urbanization. People are migrating towards bigger centers of urban development, so we need more houses. In essence, we need 96,000 homes to be built every single day. This is quite the challenge, especially using traditional means of construction. Now, we've been talking a lot about the uptake of new technologies by the construction industry. This is one of the ways that we can actually make things cheaper, faster, with less waste and less resources required. So how does it work? We have a pre-prepared mixture of cement, filler, plastics, and other material that are loaded into a 3D printing machine. This 3D printing machine can actually build these components faster, cheaper, and in a localized manner. This reduces the need for manpower, reduces the need for transportation costs, construction costs, etc. These techniques actually have the time required for building these buildings, which, looking at the volumes that are needed, is quite a large advantage. One more thing to keep in mind is when will these industries become mainstream? So roughly speaking, we expect this to take 10 to 20 years, considering the certain acceleration and uptake. This is something that the UAE and Saudi Arabia in particular have shown tremendous initiative in taking on board. We have housing needs in the UAE, we have housing needs in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, this kind of technology makes life a lot easier. So this is one example of a house built in 5 days in India. Materials were 30% cheaper, process was faster, and building a house in 5 days, it's not too bad. All right, so I'll jump into something that we're quite, we do this kind of inspection on a day-to-day basis, which is using augmented reality and virtual reality for inspection purposes along with drones. Now, one of the things that are quite important for construction and to reduce emissions is basically to ensure that buildings are operating as per their original intents. they're commissioned properly, the systems are operating properly. And this kind of inspection and commissioning is not, it's actually labor intensive. You need enough people, you need enough resources, tools, which is not always available. With this kind of augmented reality, we are able remotely, through the use of some glasses, for example, have people without visiting the site be able to see what's happening right there on the project site. Drones are a fantastic tool we use as well. It reduces the need for health and safety issues. You do not have to spend considerable time to ensure those elements. Flying drones to ensure, for example, thermal integrity of built environment projects and other elements of the structure. So alternatives for cement, Dr. Nwendu actually spoke about that. The reason that we've been mentioning that today is because it contributes a large amount of the CO2 greenhouse emissions. We produce 4 billion tons of cement per year. That's actually projected to go up to 5. I'm not sure Harriet Watt is there. Probably have to add that. But you'll see that there's a lot of work in terms of finding alternatives to cement. Cement itself is quite high when it comes to CO2 emissions. There's quite a difficult approach to reducing that because of certain elements of cement. So one of the options, and I'm not sure what other options there are, is to find replacements, novel cement, basically the new cement to be used in the construction industry. Okay, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is actually here. The industry of it, sorry, it's not necessarily out of battery. How can we use AI? AI solves several issues. It depends on how we are using it. So in essence, we have issues with shortage of skilled workforce. We discussed this across the symposium today, how that affects the use of technology, the uptake of technology. We have a lack of real-time data-driven feedback, which affects our decision-making process. So even with the availability of the technology, without the feedback that comes from the actual assets, it's quite difficult for that technology to have an effect. We also have a lot of issues with mistakes, with human errors, anything that has to do with planning, with forecasting. So it's quite difficult to reduce that human error element, and AI actually can be a solution for that. And finally, manual, subjective, and scalable process, that's quite difficult to do that. At the end of the day, the human element has been playing the same role since the beginning of time when it comes to construction. So how can AI actually help with the construction process? First of all, we've heard about building information modeling, BIM. The idea is to actually integrate machine learning, to have a direct connect between the built asset and the digital twin, which is basically what we want to do for the AI to have access to the information feeding in from the actual building, comparing it against the ideal digital twin, and making improvements and optimizations on the go. Other elements, we saw the nice dog as well and how it can help, but we can also have self-driving construction machinery. There's obviously a large discussion about self-driving cars. This could be easily repurposed to have equipment that are run by AI, reducing health and safety issues as well. And also to have AI to optimize the existing physical resources that we have. What does this feed into? A reduction in emissions. The idea with AI is to understand how we're producing emissions, to see how much emissions we have, predict those emissions, and work on optimizing the construction process to reduce those. All right, so the idea with AI, we can create that circular economy through the use of AI for smart grids, low carbon cities, and use the technologies to actually ensure that emissions go down. We work to create smart grids, so it's not just enough to have the renewable technology available. With the use of AI, we can actually optimize renewable energy generation as well. All right, so linking to the previous slide, we basically do more work with fewer people. We get insights into the construction process, which helps us make decisions quicker. We save a lot of money through the reduced rework, less mistakes. And finally, we build a stronger supply chain. All right, commissioning, I touched upon the subject a bit earlier. The idea is also to use AI in commissioning. With commissioning, there's always the element of trying to prevent mistakes. The level of errors is reduced. With AI, we actually get another layer that helps the team to reduce that kind of error. AI helps the commissioning team, to predict upcoming faults. The digital twin allows us to have a baseline upon which we can actually optimize systems. So we always talk about optimizing and finding better ways of operating buildings. The digital twin allows that direct link between the optimal version of our built asset and connection between that and the AI to be able to make optimized decisions. And obviously, we need the sensors, the real-life data feeding into that digital twin to make this kind of decision. All right. So what does predictive digital commissioning do? It reduces travel time, it increases the response capacity. It allows more work to be done by fewer resources, by fewer commissioning authorities, and finally, all right, and one last discussion to be had is about green bonds. Now, we've spoken a lot about the technologies. This is more on the policy side and the availability of these green projects and the funding for these green projects. So green bonds are divided into three different elements: green bonds, social bonds, and sustainability bonds. There is roughly around $650 billion in green bonds transactions in 2021. We expect this to grow by another 30% in 2022. The idea behind green bonds is to invest in socially responsible or green projects, whether it's renewable energy farms, whether it's socially responsible projects. The idea is to create a source of revenue for these projects to stand on their feet. One other item to add is that a lot of the investment strategies for capital today is towards this kind of green investment and feeds into the ESG discussion that we've had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very interesting. You managed to squeeze in really large topics in such a short time. Thank you very much. Every single one of these topics, it requires us to have a separate symposium for them, I guess. But I like how you linked every single one of them to sustainability, because that's exactly what this is the issue that we have, because we've got three themes. One of them is productivity, as I mentioned, and this is what the digitization and 3D printing is, and etc. And the other one is sustainability. And most of the time we find ourselves, even within that theme, we go and it's quite a lot. So we find ourselves actually having sustainability as a middle ground for everything at the moment, because rightly it should be. And sustainability does green, it means a lot for other things as well. So hence why it's been a priority. Right, so that's the end of the presentations for the session number 2. Now I'd like to invite our panel, led by Dr. Karima. If you'd like to take the stage. Not sure if, yeah, there you are. Joined by Karima, we have Jinan as a panelist from Emirates Green Building Council, Hanifa, Head of Sustainability in JLL, Yara from Aldar, And Harry couldn't make it because he's in Qatar at the moment. So we have his colleague Ahmed. Thank you very much. You can all join us here on this panel. There you go. So just for Jinan, ask her if you don't mind. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anas. And I would like to, again to everyone for coming today, investing your time with us. So today we have an amazing sustainability panel to the topic of about what are the main strategies and levers for a holistic approach to decarbonizing the building and construction industry. So it's a quite a large, but we want actually to touch on different project lifecycle stages. So that's the purpose. But before I start introducing the panelists, I would love to just have a temperature of the room. Can you please raise your hand if you are working with a consultant? Okay, so we have 3 consultants. If you are working, okay. So we have 2, okay, 3. If you are working with a client or developer, 1, and I think we have also Yara here. If you are a supplier or a service provider, technology solution provider, okay, so we have more of solutions today, right? So that's great. Actually, it's very important to have these kind of discussions for this purpose, that we want the whole ecosystem in construction industry to be involved in such endeavors such as decarbonization. But before we start, so our goal is to make you understand or appreciate your role in the carbonization in general. I would like to start with introducing briefly the panelists we have. So we have Hanifa Ymer. So she is the head of sustainability services at JLL. And Hanifa has over 20 years of experience across different types of sustainability services, and also covering different sustainability issues in her career. She is more focused on system thinking, much in line with our topic today. And she is also the representative of JLL in UNGC Saudi and UAE, and she is as well a non-executive director with the Emirates GBC. So thank you for being with us, Hanifa. Our next panel member is Ahmed, next to me. So he's Principal Consultant Sustainability and Climate Change and Climate Action with Jacobs. And Ahmed has a range of consultancy expertise internationally. Currently in the Middle East, his experience is with major development projects, especially in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar, supporting and advising clients in their journey towards sustainability. And we have Jinan. Jinan is the technical analyst at AGBC. Her work is focused on planning and implementing various technical projects and conducting market studies and research on different topics related to sustainability in the built environment. And last but not least, we have Yara Al-Jundi. She is a sustainability professional and environmental engineer at Aldar. Yara has over 13 years of experience in the field of environmental consultancy, FM, and sustainability. So Yara, in her work with Aldar, she's looking into their sustainability strategy and how to instill sustainability in their whole supply chain. So thank you again for taking the time to contribute to the discussion. So first, I will start with the strategic stage of any project lifecycle. And I would like to start with you, Hanifa. So you've been advising so many clients on their sustainability strategies, and it would be interesting to know, what do you think are the key decarbonization opportunities that can be seized by developers and clients at the initiation stages?
Just hold and speak. Can you hear me? Yeah. Normally I don't need a microphone. I'm pretty loud. So thank you for the question, and thank you everyone for the time today. I think obviously there's no need to talk about the fact that sustainability is front and center at the moment, and we're seeing lots of requests to support clients in developing sustainability strategies. And I think what's really imperative is it's not just about decarbonisation, it's a lot more. And we saw in the last presentation the link to SDGs. So I think the first piece of advice I would give is to think broadly about sustainability, think about how you can integrate it across all your operations. You know, traditionally and historically, the built environment is a very siloed business model, value chain, sorry, so to speak, with you know, the costs shared across, value extracted across the value chain, but the risk is never really shared across the value chain. So I think there is opportunities for the built environment value chain to actually be, so to speak, tipped on its head and look at different ways where we can get the financiers to play a bigger role. How do we de-risk the value chain to allow for sustainability to continue and not drop away once we have these brilliant designs, but often it's still getting dropped away at the costing and sort of time commitment stages of the process. So I think that's really important to look at the macro level. And I also say that because in the last presentation, there was a reference to green bonds. We are seeing more and more capital markets and capital allocation very much focused not just on the E elements. They're looking at the social impacts. They're looking at how you treat your labour force. They're also looking at you know, the safety of that labour force, the equity of that labour force, and the conditions that they work in. So they are assessing all their clients, potential clients, from a debt perspective, investment perspective, around all things around ESG. So I think, again, not just thinking about the E and the carbon component, although it's very topical at the moment, I think it's really important to think about in a big picture point of view. In doing that, the benefits will be access to capital at a lower cost as well. So I think that's really important, and we are seeing a growing amount of appetite by investors to even look at innovation, new ideas to fund. So there's a lot of discussion around venture capitals, organisations around sustainability, and also we're seeing a greater appetite for retrofitting of buildings as well, because the other thing we need to be mindful of is we can keep building new, but we're actually not doing anything to the carbon footprint when we do that. So there is an appetite to start looking at existing buildings, and see what happens to those. I think that's a really important point as well.
Yeah, so thanks, Hanifa, for touching on the financing part. So, and as the last presentation, it was mentioned, the green bond. So I would like to know from you, like from your experience, is the green finance market transparent enough and accessible enough, especially in the region, so developers can have access and develop more sustainability-based business cases?
So I think the opportunities are very much there. I think on the international banking financing perspective, I think it's quite clear there's appetite to look at sustainable investing within the region. And we've seen some examples of that with ALDA has a sustainability linked bond. We've got MAF that has one as well. There's some green funds that have been created in Saudi, and then we've also got a green real estate investment trust fund that Mazda has set up. So I think there's no there's definitely opportunity in the market in the Middle East, and the fact that Saudi and UAE have also made commitments to net zero is and the focus by those by the two countries to also try and attract capital to the region. I think that together will also attract a lot more capital and investment appetite. So from a transparency perspective, I think the localized financial institutions have a long way to go, and I think we know FAB have done some green bonds as well. I think there's greater opportunities for that to happen, but we're not seeing it as much. There are some also green sukuts opportunities I think that could be there. But I think what my advice would be is don't wait to be asked for all this information to try and get your debt to fund a development. Proactively go and start asking and speaking to the banks and investors and demonstrate that you are trying to move your journey and your focus to sustainable outcomes, because there is opportunity to get access to that debt and capital, like I said, at a lower cost. So don't wait. I think be proactive.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. Yes, sure.
Thank you for the points that you mentioned. I would say maybe from the council's perspective, Emirates Green Building Council. So we receive quite a lot of inquiries, let's say on a weekly basis, people asking us, is there green financing options in the UAE? And Hanifa, from what you mentioned, it seems like there is a lot. But from our side, maybe from your side, because you work a lot on strategy and you work with clients directly, but from our side, actually, we do not know a lot about the options that are available. And we only got to know that Emirates MBD, I believe, they are either working on a scheme or they have a scheme, because we had a meeting with them and we're trying to, work with them on hopefully a project in the future. So I would say that the industry has a long way to go into marketing or into putting it out to the whether it's the developers or contractors or whoever needs those funds, that these options are available in the UAE. Because people always say, oh, it's outside, it's internationally in Europe, in the US, but here in the UAE, there are quite a lot of hidden opportunities, I would say, for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, So yeah, actually, this is an important topic because at the strategic stage, the decisions about sustainability are actually made. So if developers don't get kind of incentives, at least, to go beyond the minimum requirements for sustainability, so I think the race towards decarbonization would be a little bit slower. So yeah, I also just discover green bonds by just when doing research, but you don't see it really publicized enough and shared with the industry. So just moving along the project lifecycle again, if we look at design stage, so as we know, even if we have the best strategy, so we need design solutions to deliver those strategic briefs. And I would like maybe to ask here, Ahmed, so based on your experience, I think consultants, they get a little bit overwhelmed with the number of options they have to achieve decarbonization or any low carbon design strategies. What do you think are the high impact solutions that normally they can focus on in order to reduce the carbon footprint of, let's say, buildings or infrastructure, the built environment in general?
Thank you so much. First, I would say that I'm very positively overwhelmed to be surrounded by these wonderful women. And the way we in Jacobs, we promote inclusion and diversity and women in engineering and women in sustainability. So construction has been a very conventional and traditional market being led by men. So I'm pretty happy to see all of these wonderful women around me. Just to add to the previous question about green financing and green bond. What these ladies were saying. There are major banks like, for example, Emirates, NBD, and banks in Saudi as well, who do not have these schemes available at this point of time. But if a major investor or developer approaches them with a proper plan of how these things needs to be done, they are supporting them. So it was all over the news last month, maybe, that the Red Sea Development Company in Saudi, they have been able to secure quite a significant amount in green bond and finances from a local bank in Saudi who did not have that scheme. They went to them, they presented what they are doing, and the bank was happy to finance them through green bonds. So the market has the appetite. Now, coming to the design part of the project, I would say that what Adam and then Dr. Wendu and Nareg, I hope I pronounced your name correct this time, what they presented is the summary of what the options we have. They covered three different perspectives. The one is from the supplier side. Polypipe just taking their name, but they are representing the whole supplier side of things that are happening on that side of the project. Then how the government is incentivizing the industries, what they are doing to revolutionize the industries, and then what we consultants can do out of these two. So in design at this particular stage, what I would say that the market, the Middle Eastern market, is maturing up. It's not there yet, but it is going ahead with the whole revolution, and especially when these 2050 and 2060 commitments by UAE and KSA were announced last year. One thing we need to understand is who develops the project. That's a contractor at the end of the day. We as design consultants have sometimes a lot of limitations of designing things because the material, the technologies that we want to put forward are not available, or if they are available, they're very expensive. Contractor at the end of the day is a money-making industry. They have to make money. They would always go to the solutions which are cheaper and which are readily available. So the first thing we need to understand as designers is as the market is that are these products, are these technologies are becoming readily available at a good price, which does not inflate the cost of the project at the end of the day. As and when we have these opportunities available, a lot of them which Narek discussed, a lot of the things which Polypipe might be doing, we should be promoting them in the design of the project because and the second most important thing is to educate the client as well as the contractor about the difference between capex and an opex. Your capex might be higher, it might be looking higher to you at this point of time, but what you're going to save in longer run, which is not being properly, I should say, discussed, or the contractors and the developers or these people have been educated about. The second most important thing is we have been talking about ESG, environmental, social, and governance. ESG, we need to understand where it sits. It sits at an organization level at its top. It's a commitment by the manager, by the board, by the investors. And ESG, if that is being nailed properly, if that addresses carbon, decarbonization, energy transformation, construction, any of the topics that we want to discuss, if they address them properly, then anything which cascades down from the top of the which is committed by the management cascades down to all their projects and are being realized. So I would say that to summarize this, we need to understand what market offers, how mature the market is in order to provide the services, the technologies, the material. If the cost has been brought down, then comes to consultants that how we pick up that and design it, and then to the contractors that how they implement it. If these things are properly managed, this whole supply chain, I should say, or chain of custody, I should say, if this has been properly managed, then we can see the results at the end of the day in the industry.
That's a very good, actually, summary. I know we can talk about this for hours, especially when it comes to design. I mean, you cannot just start saying like solutions from here and there, but as you said, it should be a kind of an integrated approach, and we should involve the downstream supply chain if you want really to have innovative solutions. So thank you for that, Ahmed. So I'm conscious of time, so and I know ladies, they have other points to add to the design stage, but I will move to the construction stage. And as you know, the material processing for building and infrastructure contributes about 30% to the total construction emissions per year. And we have seen in the last three presentations the importance of reducing the carbon footprint from raw material, especially cement and steel. So I would like to ask Jinan to let us know about the what are the activities that you think can, because as you mentioned actually, Jinan, that, and Ahmed mentioned that it's a money-making business, so it's a profit-driven industry, which makes sense. So what are the main solutions that you think can have also high impacts, but at the same time, they can also save cost for the construction companies?
Thank you for the question. I think first we should take a look at the market. So now there is quite a lot of demand on if you are selling a product, whether it's early on or whether it's a finished product. There's quite a big demand for LCAs and EPDs. And previously, companies or manufacturers, let's put it that way, they would say that, why should I spend money or why should I spend the time? Because it's a very time-intensive process to produce those reports. Why should I spend the time and effort to create these reports? But now there are more and more projects that are only accepting, maybe Ahmed, you can elaborate on this, where consultants are only maybe working with on projects where they are demanding that these materials have an EPD, have a life cycle assessment where they are showing the impacts that they have on the environment. There's also, it's also very important, as was mentioned before, don't come to me in the middle of the manufacturing stage and tell me I want to produce I want to produce a product that is sustainable. No, this has to be done at the drawing board, where you have to include everyone in the supply chain, because you're not only going to be taking a look at the manufacturing of that project, but if you're taking a look at the whole whole life cycle, there is also how to get rid of that item after you are done with it. So all of this, I know that you mentioned cost. Unfortunately, at the very beginning, to develop that technology, maybe it will be a little bit costly, but hopefully as the market uptakes all of these steps that are happening, people will develop processes that are more efficient than what is happening before, and that will reduce the cost, and hopefully then everyone will be able to come on board with these processes.
Hi, thank you, everyone. So yeah, correctly, as you said, so the supply chain has a very important role in driving the decarbonization across the country and the different companies. So because I work in sustainability procurement and LDAR, and this is a department that has been launched since 2 years. And I don't think much of organizations are carrying out that function in the region. And I think it was very important for LDAR, like a leading developer in the UAE, to drive the change in the market and to understand the performances of the suppliers across the region and Abu Dhabi in specific. So this is where we have different programs that came under sustainability procurement. And one of them is, this is where we embedded the sustainability criteria as one of the technical evaluation. And there's a scoring allocated for that. And this is where the suppliers understood that, yes, there is a requirement and we're incentivized to become more sustainable. So this is we've put the first steps towards that mission. And this comes along with different programs that we have. So since we're doing that in the technical evaluation and the pre-qualification of our suppliers, you'll get to understand the baseline of how suppliers are performing. So we've already got a baseline of like over a year now, and we understand how suppliers are doing. Some of them are really doing well. Some of them are still not there. This comes in here to guide, upskill them. This is where we conduct training sessions. In these training sessions, we try to understand their concerns, try to take them through our guidelines, make them understand our requirements better, and try to upskill them. It's like, and we try to ensure like transparency and open communications with the suppliers to have that in place. So again, I mean, since we have a baseline of the performance and we understand that, and this is where we were able to track those suppliers who are not performing well, if I have to say, and we try to target them again, try to teach them more, upskill their like a knowledge on our programs. We have different programs as well, as I said, so it's pre-qualification, tender evaluation, the training sessions, and of course then comes the specifications of the materials, as you said. So yes, it's still, the market is not very mature in that, but we already request our suppliers and contractors to provide EPDs for the materials. Yes, it's not mandated yet because we do understand that there's challenge and resistance that would be expected, and it is there. But as we progress towards our strategy and our work, we're looking into mandating, at least mandating the materials which are carbon intensive at the beginning. So for example, concrete, steel, glass, timber, etc. So these materials we can start, it's a gradual process. It cannot happen all at once. And this is something that we do take into consideration. We do understand the differences in market maturity and the challenges that the suppliers face. At the end of the day, we don't want to push them away. It's like a journey that we're taking together. It's like how we all collaborate toward that. It's all about collaboration at the end, and the work we put into towards that.
Yeah, and I would also say, I would like to add that it's important that you mentioned the training for the suppliers. It's not just, oh, you're doing bad, bye-bye, I don't want to work with you anymore. No, come to us, we will train you, so that hopefully we can continue that very beneficial partnership for both sides. Yeah.
It's actually very promising to hear about such initiatives, because we know and understand that the role of a client is actually to involve. Actually, monitoring the supply chain is important, but as you mentioned, training them and collaborating with them towards innovation. I think, like looking at some examples like Polypipe, incentivizing these kind of initiatives by the developers would benefit the whole industry. So yeah, thank you so much for that, Yara. So I know that we still have maybe 4 or 5 minutes, so I will just move to the operation and maintenance stage. So we have completed our project and now it's delivered, and we need to know what to focus on. So whatever is the sustainability level of that project, or even our existing stock of buildings, what do you think should we focus on, given that the emissions in the operational stage constitute 70% of the total of the construction industry emissions. So it's quite a high percentage. So maybe I would like Ahmed to, if you want to take.
Thank you so much. Just to give you an idea, UK has launched a project to work on energy management and decarbonization of their whole housing sector. And similar kind of number, I do not want to quote something wrong, but it is something 60 or 70% of their total carbon emissions are coming from the built environment, are coming from the household from the household sector. So that just tells you the significance and the magnitude of how the built environment, which exists right now, contributes to the carbon footprint. So operation and maintenance, what Narek said about AI or not AI, smart construction and smart buildings. When you understand your feedback loops, what is happening, what are measurements and verifications are telling you, that can help you to reduce your environmental footprint, I should say, at the end of the day. So for operations and maintenance, again, I would say that what we are just saying, that you cannot come to us, okay, things which are existing right now, we can't do anything about them now. But for the future things, for things that need to happen, you cannot neglect it at this point of time, because we are living the revolution right now, the sustainability, the climate change, the environmental revolution right now. So things should be incorporated from the beginning of the project, so that when it enters an operation stage, it should be designed that when it enters an operation stage, it is a smart construction. It is a kind of a construction which can let you know that what is happening, where the adjustments need to happen, and how those adjustments should be made, how those improvements shall be made. So for operations and maintenance, if I should say, the data you are getting to analyze that data, whatever is happening on your resource consumption, what you're doing on energy, what you're doing on water, what you're doing with your waste, your circular systems in total, what they're doing, how the residents, how the occupants are misusing or rightly using these, and how we can improve them in future. That's really going to help to, I should say, optimize the operation stages of the buildings or the built environment at the end of the day.
I think regionally one of the challenges though is the residential market because it's sort of handed over and it's done. So I mean we've been trying to look at emissions intensity factors for the built environment. The residential sector across the region is a very challenging part. And even in some extent, I'm from Australia where we have some, quite forward-thinking developers, and even there, it's been quite a challenge to understand the, what does happen to that building when it's handed over. And I think one of the things not to lose sight of is that behavioural change that can happen in the residential sector. And so you think things like smart grid or real-time data that's presented to the occupiers of these buildings is really important. And I even say that to commercial buildings. We know a lot of commercial buildings within the region are also, putting in some really great smarts into their building, but it's not visible when you walk into the building. Everyone says this is a, platinum, LEED platinum, which I'm a bit cynical about certifications, but they're a means to an end to help deliver your strategy. But we don't see that visibly as an occupier in the buildings. So the bank in Australia went carbon neutral. It was the first bank in the world to go carbon neutral, and I was with KPMG at the time, and we helped them through that journey. But as soon as you step foot into the bank, you have visibility of everything they are doing from a sustainability perspective. So I think that's really important to understand. There's a lot that can be done from a behavioural sharing of communication, engaging with those occupiers.
Hi again. So I previously worked in FM, and I for a couple of years with Eldar. Something that I understood that we always have to take into consideration the engagement of our tenants and occupiers, because they play a big role in our business and how it works. Because at the end of the day, we can do our homework as a developer and do the sustainable investments, get the best infrastructure, etc. But if they're not complying with our strategy and not understanding it, and we're not involving them in the process, we wouldn't achieve much. So I can mention a small example. So we've invested a lot in waste management in one of our retail areas projects. And this is where we came to understand that our tenants, I mean, we have 400 tenants, 400 shops. I mean, they have to be involved with this. If they don't, we won't be able to maximize the benefit out of our waste management strategy. This is where we did something called the Green Tenant Award. We visited every shop. We gave them a training again. I mean, this is, again, I'm emphasizing on the importance of trainings and awareness. And we've tried to incentivize them again. We've gave them, there's a criteria for them to achieve, to become a green tenant as per Eldar criteria that we shared with them. And the results were really much better after we've done that process. And it's been done annually since a couple of years now.
Thank you. So I know we have 2 minutes, and we are actually, this is the worst, I told them, the worst slot to be in before lunch. So people, maybe they want to go for the lunch break, but I would like to ask our panelists just for one sentence from your experience and your perspective. We know from your answers now, and as we know the industry, that we cannot look at these stages in a segregated way, in a linear way. It has to be a holistic, more a circular, I would say, system to the project. So I would love to hear from you. Given the current mechanisms of project delivery that we have, what do you think, or what is the one top recommendation that you can recommend to the industry to adopt in order to go towards that holistic approach? Start with you.
Thank you. I would just say that consider it as a circular system, not only circular economy, which is mostly related to waste. Look at the industry as a circular system. You plan it, you design it, you build it, you live it, and then you disintegrate it, and then you start the process again. How efficient your circular system should be, that's what you need to understand, because it's not about a decade. It's not about a couple of decades. It's about our longer future. It's about the longer future of the planet. So just think about it as a circular system as a whole and how we can improve efficiencies of that system.
I think similarly, I think it's about collaborate, partner, integrate, and innovate. I think that you just have to. I always say this in my presentations, don't be left with the building that hasn't got the smarts. Don't be left with the systems or the tools that aren't leading edge, because the market is moving already, and the EPD comment is that's, I think, will become the norm. So if you're not looking at that now, don't be left for one behind. So innovate, integrate, and what do I say? And partner.
Actually, Karima, I think the worst spot is after lunch because no one will be there. So we are good. We are good here. What I would say is the industry is lacking benchmarks, severely lacking benchmarks. So in order to be able to move forward, we really have to develop benchmarks. Hanifa, you mentioned EUIs. The council is always working on developing such benchmarks. We're also working on another project for environmental air quality to hopefully put out by next year. Also on developing benchmarks, so you can actually compare your current performance to what other buildings similar to you are achieving, and then that way you know how much improvement you have to achieve. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with you. The lack of benchmarking information, specifically in construction projects, is not there. So it is there in the operational assets and the bigger projects, but it's not in construction. And this is something that we're currently facing. So we're doing lots of efforts, but we don't know where we are standing. I don't know. I think I mentioned that collaboration is very important. Innovation, quick wins as much as we can, and ensuring synergy between the different business segments across the company. This is one of the most important synergy and alignment. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Positive notes and inspiring recommendations. So we will end this panel, and thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies, and Ahmed. That's really fruitful. It's really good to see sustainability moving away from just let's plant trees and we're green now. So we're really glad to move away from that. So thank you very much, and it was really good discussion from different entities and different viewpoints as well. So that's great. Lunch break. We are 20 minutes behind schedule. So we'll instead of having an hour, we'll cut it to 50 minutes. So we'll come back at 2:20. Thank you. And for those online, please enjoy your lunch. So Prakash. This mic, yes.
And click through this one. Brilliant. Can you hear me? Hello? Yep. All right. Thank you so much for inviting me, Anas. So just a quick background on myself. I actually wear two hats with the Center of Excellence for Smart Construction. Luckily and probably quite uniquely, I hope. So I'm representing JLL today, but as a partner, we've recently signed up, and I think there'll be an announcement about that soon. But I'm also part of the affiliate program. So I founded a startup that's part of the affiliate program, and we've had some great interactions with the Center of Excellence so far. So I'm really happy to be here. Perhaps not on the graveyard shift, but let's get through this. And my presentation is hopefully short and sweet, so that we can get through some of this quickly. And so I'm going to be talking about digital twins and well-being, and particularly how those digital twins can impact workers' accommodation. In terms of first starting off, I think it's gotten mixed up with the other template. But what I really wanted to do was first just set the scene and let you know what digital twins actually are. Currently, there's no real defined definition of what a digital twin is. People kind of interpret a digital twin depending on the context and what they are. In terms of its history, digital twins were actually anticipated in 1991 in a book called Mirror World. And then a professor at the Florida Institute of Technology in the US first applied the digital twin concept to manufacturing. He presented his findings in 2002. So digital twins have been around for a while. So this is 20 years ago, right? And it was particularly in manufacturing where we first started to see it. Oops. And digital twins for me, and what we're doing at JLL, are representations of physical assets. I'll take a quote from Anas. A digital twin is not only looks like the asset, but also behaves like an asset. And digital twins are actually in many industries. So we're seeing digital twins coming up in aviation, in manufacturing, as I mentioned, but also in healthcare. The healthcare industry is creating digital twins of the human body for many use cases. And so these are giving us a unique opportunity to virtually monitor and predict what's happening in the real world, but in a virtual world. Everyday examples of digital twins, things like the climate models that predict our weather, that could be considered a digital twin. And going forward, things like the metaverse is looking at creating a digital twin of our social lives. So digital twins in many guises are here to stay. In terms of the anatomy of a digital twin, although they're slightly different depending on the use case and depending on the industry, the basics are very similar. You have a set of inputs, and these are either tend to be visual and visual geometry, so you can visualize what your digital asset looks like in a digital world. You have dynamic performance data, so the data coming in from things like sensors, from inputs from mobile phone devices, from IoT devices, and automated data streams coming in. And then you have relational data, so to contextualize your digital twin within its environment. So these are things like what is it next to, where is it geographically located, etc. All of these combined together in a singular platform form the digital twin, and from that you can have numerous outputs. Some of them I've listed here include live performance visualization. So using the data inputs that I've just mentioned, you can start looking and seeing how your asset is performing in near real time. The other things that you can do with this digital twin information once it's all being put together is automate the analytics. You don't have to necessarily sit down and go through the data yourself and find trends and insights. You can start automating this process. And once you've done that, you can start optimizing the asset, whether that be your body or a building asset. And you can optimize it for the things like quality, efficiency, and cost. The previous session spoke about sustainability. digital twins are starting to be used in sustainability to help drive asset optimization from an energy perspective. So by using these data inputs, you can understand what your energy usage is, your water usage is. Once you've got that baseline, you can start doing something about it. Now, how does this work and relate to wellness? So in terms of the implication on wellness in buildings, actually there's becoming more and more of a demand to have your buildings performing well for the people that are in it. So wellness in the context of a building is about the comfort of the people using the asset. And these things that are looked at here are things that like the lighting conditions, the moisture levels, the humidity, the temperature, the air quality within the buildings, the shading, which is kind of the inverse of lighting, the quality of the water that's being used and where it's being used within the buildings. And because you've got this data loop now, where with the digital twin in actually how an asset is being used, you can use that to feed back into how you design the assets for things like accessibility, for maintainability, and many other things. So wellness is now becoming more and more of an important issue because it has a commercial benefit. During the lockdown and during COVID, JLL actually produced a report which showed that assets which had certification from WELL and from LEED and other sustainability certification bodies were actually gaining momentum and gaining market share. There was between 8 and 10% increase in rental yields for assets that had these type of certifications, and new buildings that had these certifications were actually being occupied 3 times faster than assets that didn't have it. So there's a commercial benefit to applying some of these techniques and getting some of these certifications to your built assets. Now, in terms of how this applies to workers' accommodation, there's many areas where it can be applied. But if I'm being really honest, currently the workers' accommodation is an asset class that kind of gets forgotten about. It's something that's quite functionary and doesn't get as much attention as retail assets or high-grade office assets and things like that. But they're really important, especially in this part of the world where within the construction industry, where we provide a lot of the accommodation for our key workers, the people that actually build the things on our sites and some of the managerial stuff. And so in order to make sure that their assets where they're staying are at the highest levels of wellness, some of the previous things that I spoke about should and could be applied. In terms of what the benefits are here, having productive workers like this lady on the right, making sure if they're happy where they're staying, if their temperatures are controlled, they tend not to fall sick. They tend to be more productive. They tend to be more loyal to the company, so you have a less turnover of staff. And people who are usually well also have mental wellness, which means that they're less likely to have accidents, they're less likely to be depressed, and less likely to call in sick. So ensuring that wellness is applied not just to the sort of sexy asset classes, if you like, things like offices and retail assets and leisure assets, but looking at how this can be applied into workers' accommodation, I think is really important, and it's something that we're looking at and working with some of our contractors, especially in Saudi Arabia, as we're building these accommodations for these guys. So that's my presentation. I'm not sure if we got a session for questions or the questions are going to be answered in the session at the end, but happy to take any questions if anybody's got some at the moment. So there you go. There you go.
Here's a symposium, so the idea is to ask everyone to present, and then the idea about the breaks is for people to ask questions.
Brilliant.
So I won't stop anyone if they have any questions. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Fantastic. Yeah. So I'm around to the end of the day. So if you've got any questions.
I didn't realize one thing. You didn't have your mask on.
So do I need to put it back when I'm speaking? Sorry.
So do the whole presentation again.
I apologize. Okay. Oh, is that why? Is that why they didn't take any pictures? Because I have my mask on.
Thank you.
Are you okay?
Thank you very much, Prakash.
No, thank you so
Appreciate
much.
that. I think you got away with it because you got beard on. And, I didn't realize. Thank you very much. That's really interesting. Digital twinning, again, it's one of the main things that we're looking at with in 2022. And actually, we're setting up a whole cluster for digital twinning. And JLL as a new partner will be in the center of this, but also there's other organizations that we'll be working with regarding digital twinning. And that's a very good example to look into digital twinning for well-being. In regards to well-being as well, we have Andrew Iskander from ASGC, who will be taking us through the ASGC workforce, welfare and well-being, and the award-winning facilities that they have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all. It's really a pleasure to be here. It's a great honor to be part of the symposium. So yeah, I'm a data scientist in ASGC, and I happen to work with many departments and many divisions within the company. And but today, one of them is the staff and labor division within ASGC, and today I will be presenting about well-being in general, workman welfare and well-being in ASGC. A brief agenda about what I'm going to be speaking about today. So I'm going to start off with talking about the core principles that we at ASGC strive with when it comes to welfare and well-being. I will be talking about the health and well-being campaign in 2021. I will be talking about COVID measures in 2021. The highlight of pretty much my presentation, as Anas mentioned, the region's first green workers accommodation built by ASGC. And finally, a few quick worth to mention topics when it comes to welfare and well-being. So without further ado, I will be starting off with the core principles, which are basically 12 core principles that we at ASGC have defined. And these are basically grouped into 4 different categories. Humanity, basically targeting things like diversity, fairness, equality. Things like disciplinary measures. We take things seriously when it comes to equality and acceptance when it comes to diversity. In terms of freedom, we are very much into accepting all different opinions, and we do encourage this when it comes to not only staff but also labor. We do not really tolerate things that we don't really encourage people to be afraid of saying anything or reporting anything. In fact, this is something that we encourage. Obviously, when it comes to employment, wage benefits, anything related to the employment, simple things like even having access to documents and all that, these are all things that we closely monitor, and we do ensure the rights of every individual. And finally, living and rehabilitation, like starting off from the medical insurance provisions, anything that relates to living and rehabilitation, the accommodation itself, the transportation methods, the transportation, cleanliness, safeness, everything. So these core principles are basically a blueprint for anything that we at ASGC decide to do when it comes to staff and labor welfare and well-being. Next, the well-being campaign, which took place in August last year, 2021. We partnered, of course, with many different entities, and the purpose behind this campaign was basically to provide awareness and education when it comes to not only physical diseases but also mental health and things related to anxiety, hypertension. Of course, you've mentioned construction is the second worst environment to to work in, but yes, these are. So what we try to say from these campaigns is that we try to not only target physical things, but also mental health awareness and stuff like that. So basically what happened in this campaign was we partnered with people who would give educational videos about blood pressure, blood oxygen levels, hypertension, anxiety, stress-related issues, COVID, a lot of educational videos. And the purpose behind this was to not only spread awareness, but also train supervisors about how to deal with this in their everyday today life when it comes to staff and labor. Sorry. So another thing is that we conducted health medical checkups. So things like blood sugar level, blood oxygen levels, BMI, BPs, you name it. There was a lot of conducted tests, and the distribution of the results was basically analyzed and reported at the end of the campaign. And last but not least, we conducted we initiated a hotline for well-being, where people can basically just contact this hotline 24/7 to report anything related to their health and well-being. At the end of the campaign, this was pretty much a summary of the survey that was sent. Part of what I do at ASGC is preparing a lot of dashboards. This was one of them. So yeah, this was basically a very simple survey that tracked three main areas when it comes to health and well-being. First being the daily hours slept, the response summaries, and their improvement and comments. So it is interactive, so it's not just a one-shot image. So from this dashboard, it was very easy to track, people who slept less than X amount of hours responded how to these particular